Okay, this is a last minute pop-up. I was just looking for one to join and I couldn't find one anywhere, so I decided to start my own. I have a lot of writing to do, and I figure if I can't find one, I'll create my own. So this is a last minute pop-up. No time to advertise it. Wanted to get started. I'm also working on my first bullet journal ever. I'm not sure though that it's going to be exactly what I want, because it's kind of like a repeat of my planner. I kind of want one thing. So I'm not sure that the bullet journal is exactly what I was thinking about. I did get a book on doing bullet journals. I've watched several videos on bullet journals, and I started creating one following one of the videos, but it's basically, it's in my planner already, so I'm not sure. I mean, I can create my own pages a little bit easier than I can in my planner, but even that, I'm able to have some leeway with decorations and whiteout and the washi tape and stickers. So I'm not sure that the bullet journal is the answer to my problem. I started today rewriting again for the first time in a few weeks since I was in the hospital. And I get so excited. It was like, oh, I want to write. And then I'm like, I went looking for one I thought was scheduled tonight. And it was Laura Nettles. But I guess I got it wrong because she doesn't have one. But I thought they said earlier that she had one tonight. So I was waiting for hers at 10. I can't find it anywhere, and I went to her channel. So I'm assuming that for some reason, if she did schedule it, she unscheduled it. But whatever. I am capable of starting my own live stream if need be. And if there's nobody else out there streaming and somebody's looking for a place to stream, they can join me. I will be running sprints. I'm awake tonight. I had a problem the other night. I had a problem earlier this morning. Obviously, dairy-free does not mean the same thing as lactose-free. And so I ate this product that said it was dairy-free, and I had a major episode from my colitis. We won't be doing that again. So it's back to the plain old toast and noodles, the stuff that doesn't upset my stomach, which is not very many things on that list that don't upset my stomach. So I was working on my project earlier with Jules, the Darling writer, and she's from 1-3. And then my aide came, so then I had to, first the occupational therapist came, then the aide came, and then it's like, okay, now it's later, so I went looking for sprints, and I'm like, where are they? So unless I'm looking in the wrong ways, I didn't find any sprints. So I created my own, last minute, no advertisement. I may try to throw a quick thing up on Instagram in case anybody happens to be on Instagram, and see if anybody wants to join me, because I want to write. I don't know what to do about this bullet journal because I started it, but I'm not sure it's going to fit my needs. And I do have a happy planner, and I have lots of stuff to decorate it with and create my own pages with. I have a punch, so I can do that. I can make my own folders out of cardstock. I know how to put them together. And then I do have divider pages, so I can start dividing sections up because I need to keep a healthy section, because I have to do my blood sugar every day. I have to take my weight every day. I'm supposed to be doing my blood pressure every day. So I need some place to mark all this stuff down. So I need to make a section in my, if it's not going to be on a bullet journal, then it's going to have to be in the planner. And I need to set it up. And I also have to keep track of my medications when I take them, so that I get the, medications that I'm supposed to be taking. I'm on quite a few of them now. I was on a lot before, but they just added a few more to the mix. And so right now, thank God, the episode from earlier has passed, and I feel alive again. I wanted to die earlier. Wasn't very much fun. My blog is backed up again. I need to work on my blog. I have so much to do, and I have spent the last 2 days actually working on my story Bible, trying to get that into a setup that will work to be a template, and that it's being set up for the story I'm writing now, and then I will make it the template, because I know now more what I need than when I tried to set it up as a template. So the template I originally made doesn't really help me, because I've changed a lot since then, as I found what I do and don't need. I would probably do a video on story Bibles and timelines for Pantsers, because it's a whole different story if you don't outline than if you do outline. As most of you probably know, you're one or the other, or a mixture. I don't really consider myself a mixture. It's just that the story has got so big that there's so much information that I can't keep track of. So a story Bible is definitely the way to go, but I should have done that before. Oh shoot, I just ripped open I don't know what it is. I got a cut on my arm, and I just ripped it open again. So I'm a mess. So I've got plenty to do. So I figure I'll throw together this last minute pop-up in case anybody wants to stream with me. I'm going to advertise on Instagram real quick. And then I will be back. Maybe I'll set the timer for the first sprint. That way I've got time to set up a quick. Hi Rose, how are you? I was looking for a sprint and I couldn't find one, so I figured I'll start my own. Yeah, I looked. I mean, maybe somebody I don't know is having one, but the people that I actually follow are not having any sprints right now. So I don't know what happened. So I figured I'll have my own. So if you would like to join me, I'd be glad to have you. I'm going to start a sprint. I need to advertise real quick on Instagram. And I have a lot to do. I started rewriting my story, and I'm really excited to get back to it because I haven't been doing anything with it for the last couple weeks. So now I'm really ready to dive back into it because the story needs an ending. It's got a beginning, it's got a middle, it just doesn't have an ending. So I hope you'll join me. If you're joining me, I was going to set the timer for 30 minutes. If you would like to join me and you want it less than 30 minutes, by all means, let me know what your wishes are. I'm flexible. I just don't do 10 and 15 because they're just not long enough to get anywhere. I no sooner find my spot in my manuscript and it's time to move on. So if you're still here and would like a different time, let me know. Otherwise, I'm going to set it for 30. Run over to Instagram real quick and try to set up a quick ad over there to see if I can pick up anybody. 30 is wonderful. Great. Thank you, Rose. And we are going to set our first one up for 30 minutes for sprint. Yeah, I was surprised I couldn't find anybody with sprinting. I'm like, wait a minute, nobody? Normally there's 5 or 6 people all at the same time. Right, let me share. I want to share. Share the screen. Keep forgetting that part. Share. All right, where's the timer? There's StreamYard, but where's the timer? I'm not seeing the timer. There we go, the timer. I had to click on it. Hi, BH. I'm going to start this in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. So hello, BH. How you doing tonight? I was just telling Rose that I couldn't find a sprint anywhere, so I created my own. I finally got back into writing today, and I'm excited to be writing again, and nobody had a sprint going on, so if you would like to join me, I would love to have you. We started our first sprint. I need to go advertise this on Instagram real quick. Give me a few minutes over there. Be right back. Okay. Oh, good. I'm glad you're joining. We just advertised over on Instagram. Maybe a few more people will pop in. I started my first bullet journal today, but I'm not sure it's going to fit my needs, so kind of put that on hold for right now. I want to write some on my story. And we'll see you in 26 minutes. Kate? Yeah, it was a last minute decision when I couldn't find anybody streaming. So I'm glad you showed up. We're partway through the first sprint now. So you're not too late. They just started a little while ago. Half an hour ago. It's been half an hour. So I'll be writing. I'm busy writing tonight. I'm actually writing. I want to write. So I looked for a stream and couldn't find one. So I created my own. Nice to see you. I haven't been able to write on my story for at least 2 weeks now. So I am raring to get back in the saddle and start writing again. I just had to add a whole section. I realized. Yeah, I came up and rely on the streams too. So glad you're streaming. You're getting back on the writing. Me too. I've missed it, but they put it off and put it off. I'm like, no, I want to write. And then all the streams disappear. It's like, great, nobody's streaming tonight. So that's one thing is I can start my own. So it's a new problem. If it's there, they'll come. Especially since there doesn't seem to be any out there. It's really weird. Bethany? Yeah, long time no see, girl. Where have you been? Well, I know where I was. I was in the hospital again. I just got out. So I spent another week and a half in the hospital with colitis. So I'm not in a very good position right now, but I'm back to streaming again. There's no streams out there, so I wanted to stream. I wanted to write, so I created one the last minute. So what have you been up to? I don't know what anybody's been up to because I was stuck in the hospital and I had no connection where I was in this hospital. This hospital had nothing. So I had to wait till I came home. Oh, thank you. I'm glad to be back and I'm glad to be missed. You still writing? I know you were gallivanting around the country there for a little while. I'm writing again. I am so excited to be writing again. Thank you, BH. Even though I'm not well, I'm much happier being home not well than being in the hospital not well. Let's put it that way. Nobody's stabbing me with needles every time I turn around. If I have to go to the bathroom, I can go. I don't have to wait for permission to get off the bed and have somebody help me to the bathroom. Because the alarm would sound if I got out of the bed. They made sure I wasn't going anywhere. They alarmed everything. My chair was alarmed. My bed was alarmed. If I got off, it made a sound. So I'm glad to be home. I am still working on my new version of my July project, my filler. I revamped it, revised it, changed a lot about it. And the first half is pretty much edited, and I had an alpha reader for the first half. Now I'm working on the second half. So I'm working on the discovery, because I didn't actually go into the discovery of the murders. I just jumped from the murders to the police part. So I'm working on a whole section of the people who found the bodies and, you know, what's going on, what's happening. So that's what I'm working on. It's exciting. I'm glad to be writing again. Really missed it. Yes, I am doing a lot with the story, and I'm finding things that I need to add. Still trying to decide whether to try and create a second book with one piece that I have, or if it's just enough to make this one longer, because I may not be able to get a whole book out of the other piece that I'm thinking about. But this is something that I am actually really interested in, definitely interested in. Usually at the end of Nano, I just tuck it away and forget about it, but no. This is my second Nano with it. I revamped it though, so it's different. There's a lot of, it has some of the same, but it also has some that's different. So while I was in hospital, I was reading Save the Cat Goes to the Movies, the original guy's book. And he's a lot more, goes into it a lot more and goes into the different genres and categories. And gee, I might even be able to actually outline something following his book. It's very well laid out. And I was surprised to find that my book is actually following a lot of the beats, and I didn't realize it because I didn't do anything with the beats. I just started writing my story. And I found out that a lot of it's definitely following the beats. So keeping me busy. Today was the first day writing. So I'm excited to be back on it again. And then when I couldn't find anybody that was streaming, I decided to go ahead and stream. Yeah, I probably do have a natural talent. I don't like to admit it too much to people, but yeah. I mean, I'm a pantser, and I didn't write an outline, but I was not surprised to find that it really followed a lot of the beats. He breaks this down differently, and one was called Monster in the House. And it had to do with different types of monsters, not just monsters, but um, like greed can be in a monster, and infidelity could be a monster. Even though I have someone killing in my story, the biggest thing in my story is the infidelity, which caused this monster to come out. So it's pretty interesting. I mean, I have to like write it out so I have all the beats and then try to figure out what I do and don't have. But it does seem as if I know what needs to be there. I mean, maybe just because I read, I don't read much lately, but usually I read so much that, I kind of have an idea, I guess, how it goes. So we're about to finish sprint one. I don't even know how many words I just wrote. That was part of earlier. I rewrote it, so let's see. What have I got in words? 540 words. And that was with a lot of talking. Okay. All right. So I got 540 words that time. How'd everybody else do? And that's not bad considering I was setting up ads, talking a lot, and writing. And I still got 540 words. So that was pretty good. How'd everybody else do? Anyone besides me get anything written? Or what? Let's see. Got to keep going back to my story Bible, though. Keep all these names straight. Because I got cops going in and out and got to figure out which cop is at which murder and keep them straight. Hi, Mary. Nice to see you. Welcome. Would you like to join us tonight? We're getting ready to do a second sprint. When I couldn't find one for myself, I decided to create one because I wanted a sprint. So Kate got 368 and so close to finishing chapter 35 of What Grows, the July project. Cool. Good job. Yeah, mine started as the July project and then became the November project and changed a little bit. And if the guest keeps going, will be the April project too. BH got 114. Good job. Glad to see it. Looks like everybody's getting the words, as I've heard people say. Gotta get the words. Gotta get the words. Well, what do you, I said I like to do 30s, but if you guys would rather do shorter sprints, let me know. There's enough of you in the chat to make a decision. If you want to do a shorter one, you can go shorter. Or if you want to go the 30 minutes is definitely fine with me. So it's up to you guys. What grows? That's an interesting title. Is it scary? Kind of reminds me of the title for a scary story. What grows? Only the shadow knows. I may be showing my age there. Most people don't know what the shadow is. It's back in my childhood. So should we stick with 30? Or take it down a notch? Full title is What Grows Cannot Be Splintered, but I call it What Grows for shorthand, or what WGCBS. Hey, well, it's got to have a name, right? Something to be referred to. So what grows is good. What grows cannot be splintered. Still sounds a little, okay, not much horror, but a truckload of angst and pining. I got it. Okay, well, 30 works for you. So that's 2 out of the 4 or so of us that are here. I'm quite happy setting another 30-minute timer. I've got all this stuff around me I need to do, but I feel like writing now. I don't feel like doing this other stuff. Now that I'm writing again, it's like the story's flowing and it's like I gotta get it out. And since I don't outline, it's in my head, it's gotta come out. All right, I haven't heard anything else, so I'm gonna set the second one up. For 30. Timer. Reset. All right, we're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. I'm finding some very horror-like parts in my non-horror story. My mind is getting pretty dark. Oh, BH, maybe you need to write something horror. If you're finding that your mind is going that way, nothing wrong with it. Start another story. Put the other one on the back burner and write a horror story if you can. If that's where you feel your mind is going right now. Nothing wrong with having more than one project. No one says you have to have just one. Okay. I'm going to go back to mine. Keep my eye on the... I've got it. The way my screen is, it's big enough now. I can open my Word and still see what's going on. BH says she is working on 2 projects at the moment. Is one of them hard, or are they 2 regular and one of them turning into horror? You can have 3. I have a bunch of them, but I'm only working on 1 at the moment. I have so many that I need to work on. But this one needs to be written. It needs to be written. It's in my mind, and until I get it out of there and whatnot, it's not going to leave me alone. So I have to work on this. And I don't want to forget anything that's in my mind right now because, you know, I had to take that week and a half off, and I couldn't really do much in the hospital. So, you know, I thought about it. A couple things came from my mind, and then when I got back and I looked at it today, I'm like, oh God, I want to write this so bad. So that's what I'm doing. I'm writing it. Back with everything else. Let's see. What did you say here? One is a modern fantasy with sci-fi elements, and the other is a supernatural fantasy. I'm not exactly doing horror. No, but supernatural can turn horror very easily, depending on what part of the supernatural world you're doing. That can definitely turn into a horror if you let it. I've been thinking about getting a few other stories, but I really like to finish my first drafts on these first. I'm thinking about rewriting on a few manuscripts scripts that people have read before. Yeah, that's a good idea. Sometimes it just needs a rewrite. Lost those is why. I've lost a few myself. I've also been lured in by new idea syndrome. You know, I keep people here saying that word, and at the moment, I have a one-track mind. It's not being lured away, so I'm like fully engrossed in what I'm doing, which is unusual because I tend to write. Since I write a lot of short stories, I tend to write a lot of different stuff. But now I've been definitely lulled in with this one. I'm not going anywhere. This one's got to be finished. This one begs to be finished, not just pushed away like I normally do. Even if it takes me to April's nano to finish it. I don't care. I'm working on this one. I would work with what interests you at the moment. Because the more interested you are in what you're doing, the more you're going to do on it. So if you have to put the others on the back burner for a little while, put them on the back burner. If you want to do a new one, start a new one. No one says you can't. Just make sure you do a good filing. That's part of my problems. My filing system sinks, and I manage to lose things. And I lost this one, and I was really upset for quite a while because I couldn't find it. I did finally find it, and I don't know what happened. Something happened when I was trying to save, and I lost the whole thing. And then finally I found it. And another one I lost, and I finally found. That one's another one. It's a partial. So I would work on what I was most interested in. Is what I would do. I've got to stand up. My back's bothering me, and I need something to eat. I will be back shortly. I'm gonna put it on mute for right now. Hi, Key. Nice to meet you. I believe this is the first time you've been on my channel. Nice to see you. Let's see. I tend to have short-term focus. Have a need to finish everything I start, but I do have movable thoughts. I'm working on just a 2 for now. I'm disciplining myself. That's good. If you can do it, great. Wonderful. I'm really interested in my current whips. Wow, that helps. Yes, definitely helps. And greetings to you. Hallucinations. I do enough of that without any help. Welcome to my sprint. Glad to have you join us. If you'd like to, hang around. 11 more minutes left in this sprint. This is the second sprint. Now, everybody's different. Um, if one works for you, then that is what you have to do. I personally work on a lot, but then I don't get things accomplished. This is the first time I've actually cared enough to continue working on it. And started this in July's camp, and then on November, I restarted it as a rewrite. And now I'm a pantser. I do not outline. I I write what's in my mind, and my mind has a lot in it right now. It needs to get out. And I jump around. I don't just write straight story in a line. I jump around as things happen. Do you outline, Key? Are you an outliner? Since you say you're linear, I'm kind of figuring maybe you're an outliner. I'm sorry, I have to eat. Okay. Second sprint is done. Um, those of you who are still writing, let me know what you're up to. I didn't get too much written that time because I ended up eating. I'm gonna eat some. I just want to remind you, tomorrow night I have a guest host. Megan McCarthy will be here from 10 o'clock with me. And then she's leaving at 10. I'll probably go on, but she'll be leaving at 10. See how my stomach likes pork chops and potato salad. Pork loin, not pork chops, sorry. Pork loin and potato salad. I did a little bit of editing while I was messing around. Kay says, my stomach likes anything in potatoes. Last night I had potatoes and shrimp. My neighbor made it for me. Yummy. Potatoes are one of the few things that I can have. I'm getting over a case of colitis. Very few things I can have. But potatoes I can have. My stomach doesn't have a problem with potatoes. Thankfully. So how did everybody do? Any words written this time? Oh, I've got a computer at my feet. It's driving me crazy. My daughter put it there in case I needed it because I got a new computer and it is in my way. I can't do shrimp. Anaphylaxis is potentially lethal. Oh gosh, yes. You're allergic to seafood. Oh man. I would be very upset if I couldn't do seafood. It's one of the I love seafood. So he made me shrimp last night with a baked potato. And then today I got potato salad and pork loin. Anybody got anything written? Is it just me? My few little words. So he says, I read through the section I wrote yesterday, did a little editing, and mapped out big picture on what I need to do for the rest of the book. Sort of. Very high altitude, big altitude. Yeah, altitude, big picture. Oh man. So you sort of outline. If you mapped out a big picture, it's kind of outliner. BH says not much. just had 102 more words. Hey, 102 more words is still 102 more words than you had a half an hour ago. So don't knock it. You're doing great. I ended up eating more than I did writing that time. I'm kind of at a spot where I have to keep jumping back and forth, and it's slowing me down. If I could just write, it would go a lot faster, but I have to see where I'm at and what fits into this area, because I'm not at the end of the thing. I'm back adding something in to where I thought needed to be there. So Keith says, I'm mostly a pantser. My outline is more like bullet point reminders of things that I need to remember. Okay, I will buy that. I never outlined or did a timeline or anything before, but short stories are a whole lot different than these long novels. And I found out that I didn't outline, but I'm creating a story Bible because I can keep the information straight, especially since I have a lot of cops and stuff in here and people going in and out. I need to keep them in some kind of order, and who's related to who and other things that make a difference to the murder mystery have to be spelled out. So I have to make sure all that makes sense. And I'm pretty much a pantser. Like, this story has to be written, but it does need occasional help with writing things down, because I changed all their names just to make it more interesting. I changed every character's name. I thought it was hard to keep track of before. Now you want to see me trying to keep track of it. Can't remember who's who. So I have a story Bible. It has my characters, most of them, in it, with information about them. But not like the people that outline, that go crazy and write huge pages worth of stuff. Just stuff that I know I'm going to need. So Key is working on book 5 in a series. I have a lot of threads I need to keep track of, since the overarching plot of the series is coming to a head. Okay, yeah. A series. Is it just a 5-book series? Is that the last book? Or are you going to have another book in there? I've never done a series. I'm trying to decide what to do about this one, because I have another story thread, but I don't know if I can build it out into another story. I'm having enough trouble building this one into a novel length as it is, and I might need that piece to fill it out to make it more novel length. And I don't know if there's enough. I just don't know if there's enough to write to make it a duo story. Maybe 2 novellas. But I'm not, for some reason, I just can't come up with enough for like 80,000 or more words. I mean, I have a hard time hitting 50,000. And I was at 50,000. I won Nano. But now I'm going back in and editing, and there's some stuff I'm taking out that I've decided I'm not using and doesn't belong in there. And since I changed the story, I'm finding things that are duplicates that don't belong anymore because of the change in the story. Book 5 in the main series. I've noted down 16 more stories books in the same world, not necessarily in the same time. Well, that's cool. I would love to have that much stuff come to me that I could do that. I mean, I'm struggling to make this at least 50,000 words. And then I've got this little piece that might be able to knock it into a maybe if I'm lucky, 60,000 words. But if I make it into a whole nother story, then I won't even have to not make this piece long. It would be like 2 novellas rather than a full novel. And wow, 16 more stories, books in the same world. Not necessarily in the same time. But you wouldn't have to recreate the world, so to speak. Your world is pretty much probably created at this point. Although I'm finding that book 5 may actually be books 5, 6, and 7. Okay. I guess that could happen. Yeah. To have even 16 ideas, that's wow. Book 4 is sitting at 146K. I need to do some editing. Well, that's great. 146K. So you edit some out, but you still have a pretty healthy story there. I think that's great. I'm struggling, like I said, just to get to 50,000 again, because after I took all that stuff out, I'm under 50,000 now. Fantasy. Okay. I don't know whether fantasy is easier. Me, I'm not a fantasy type person. I'm contemporary, and I don't see fantasy. My mind doesn't work that way. My mind is contemporary. I'm not able to see the fantasy. Unfortunately, I tend to write sparsely in some ways. Editing usually adds to the word count rather than paring it down. Oh, okay. I have that. Okay. I do have that problem too. I underwrite. So when I do add my editing, yes, I am adding words in, and there will be more here because I just added a whole new section that has to be fleshed out. Plus, I didn't finish fleshing out the ending yet. So if I'm lucky, I might make it to the 60,000 words. But I just don't know what to do with this last little piece that could be a second book. Same, almost same people. Obviously not everybody, since I just killed off 2 people. It wouldn't be everybody, but the main characters of the story would be the same. And I see it flowing with the story, which is why I'm not sure whether I can write it separately or I have to keep it together. But I'm not a fantasy person. I'm not really a sci-fi person. I'm not saying I don't read them, but writing them, I don't have it in me to write in that. I really do prefer contemporary. I don't like to write in the past, so historical is not for me. I'm not into historical westerns, especially. I know a lot of people who are, but they're not my style. Now, I just agreed to write it for somebody. Now, I didn't find a notice from her sending me the book I was supposed to read, so I don't know what's going on there. And now, she tends to write horror, so I'm hoping her book is horror, because I like horror. Oh yeah, we all write differently. My mind wants me to write fantasy, although I mostly read sci-fi instead. Oh yeah, I definitely believe that, you know, we all, and we would all be very bored if we all wrote the same. I mean, there's a lot of different choices out there, and that's cool. Hi, Megan. Thanks for stopping in and hitting the like button. Tomorrow we'll be doing this again, a little earlier, but I couldn't find a sprint going on, so I created my own. Kate says finish chapter 35 after 592 words. That's a great job, Kate. 592 words. That's good. We're just sitting here chatting about different types of writing. And how we're underwriters and pantsers and have a lot in common with Kate. Definitely, except that I don't write fantasy. And I don't really read fantasy. So I'm more contemporary, but I believe in a lot of what you're saying. And sci-fi, I do enjoy a good sci-fi. Whether or not it's in the future, that remains to be seen. I do like some that are in the future, but there are some sci-fis that are kind of more contemporary. Megan is my special guest tomorrow night. So she will be joining us from 8 to about 10, she said. She's a plotter, not a pantser, but she's an underwriter. Yeah. A lot of us are underwriters, so we go to edit and we add a lot more words. And I know that, so, you know, it doesn't bother me that I don't write a lot in the beginning, because I know when I go in to edit, I'm going to be adding a lot more stuff in. I just haven't gotten the hang of plotting, but Charlie's suggestion to try the Save the Cat Goes to the Movies was a good idea. I started reading it while I was in the hospital, and I like that version much better, and I might even be able to outline from it. The way the book is laid out, it's explained. It's much better than Save the Cat writes a novel. I would suggest it to anyone who wants to read Save the Cat. The new one is written by the woman, is just not as good as the original one written by I can't remember his name. But his second book is called Save the Cat Goes to the Movies. And there's a lot of examples. And like they go through and they show you how each beat and what each beat is. And it helps explain it. And I think it's really a much better book. And I realized that my story kind of follows a lot of the beats unintentionally, because I didn't know about it, but I seem to have a pretty good flow there that's working. So we'll see how it goes. I just added a whole new section because I didn't get into it had the murders, and then I jumped right to them being questioned, but I didn't get into, you know, the discovery and the stuff that was found and any of that stuff. So now I'm working on that part. But I couldn't wait any longer. I've been waiting all this time to write, and I've been doing other things, and I said, no, I'm writing today. I feel like writing. So I will be seeing you tomorrow, Megan. And see how it goes. Even though I will probably continue on after you leave, I will make sure that we set it up to write from 8 to 10, and then you'll be free to go. Hi, Heather. Hitting the like button and going to bed. Well, thank you very much for hitting the like button. Have a nice night. I appreciate the likes, as all of us do. I've been trying to follow more and pop it in if I can't stay and hitting the like button. I've been trying to do that a lot to pay more attention to what's going on around me. I tend to withdraw into myself sometimes and not pay attention to what's going on in the world. Well, I don't always pay attention. So we just finished our second sprint. I'm getting ready to start a third one. If anybody would like it to be less than 30 minutes, speak now or forever hold your peace. Because I'm going to set it for 30 minutes otherwise. I don't know if it could change to be a plotter, but if anything can do it, that book will. I have to go through it again because I'm just reading it quickly because I was in the hospital and nothing else to do. And I had no way of taking notes, and I want to take some notes. 30 is fine. Great. And let's do another 30. Put the banner up. I find if I put the banner up first, I'm better off at remembering. Otherwise, I forget it. Third sprint. Okay. All right. Kate is stepping out to walk her dog, but she'll be back and writing more a bit later. Okay. Hope to see you later. Have a nice walk. It was rainy here all day. Nasty day. I'm in New Jersey, and we had a nasty rainstorm today all day long. It's soaking. I was soaking wet when I came back in. Not a nice day at all. And we're getting supposedly a snowstorm on Wednesday, and I got a doctor appointment planned. Now, I don't have to drive because I set up Logisticare to come get me, but I don't know if they're running, and then I have to find out if the doctor's open. So find out Wednesday whether it turns into anything or not. All right. I'm going to go ahead and set the timer up now. 30 minutes, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, start. All right. I'm going to go back to my work. Keep my eye on the chat here. I want to get some more writing in. Why I've got it fresh in my mind. I have a question. I'm writing something and I'm using I think it would be considered trademarked product. I'm using photoshopping in my story, and I think I have to, if I use that word instead of adding a generic program, I would have to somehow put trademark on it, I think. Or I have to figure out a generic way of saying photoshopping using the Photoshop program. Great, Megan, that's wonderful. Thank you. That'll work. I know everybody uses photoshopping just as a word, and I know it's not really. I know it's got to be trademarked. It's a definite programming, and there's others out there like it. Right, Key. Yeah, slang. But probably still has to be trademarked because I don't know. I don't know much about trademarks. Best bet is to just take it out and use image editing instead. Okay, thanks, Key. I'm gonna make a notice of that because we're all used to saying photoshopping all the time. Let's see. Urban Dictionary. Not come on, pen. Don't stop writing now. Got ink in you. I can see it. Not much good to me if we're gonna have to force you to write. Dumb pen. I got all these markers. I gotta put these things away. I got all these markers out here because I was working on a bullet journal. And now they're in the way. I dropped one pen and went underneath my computer desk and I can't reach it. And it's the black one. The one I use the most. Oh, this one over here. That's missing one. Oh, it'll either show up or All right, BH. I'm glad you stopped by. Have a good night. Sleep well. And if you get time, stop by tomorrow. From 8 to 10, I'll have Megan with me. Nice seeing you again. Sleep well. Okay, BH. Hope to see you. Have a good night. Okay, how we do? I managed to get 339 words, although I was doing partial editing, and I was also working around this new idea I came up with of the photoshopping of the pictures. So I'm adding another section here. So see how that goes. This is getting more interesting all the time. It would be nice to be able to make this one piece and then write a second one with the other idea. He says, still working out how much story I have and playing with how I can split it up if I need to. And Megan just started watching Charlie's most recent video. Yeah, I'm not even sure. I've been hearing a lot about this vlog mess, but I don't know what it is, really. I gather it's something that people do every day, make a vlog every day. Not really sure. Well, this started because I went in the hospital at the end of November. So Nano was still going on when I went in. And then when I got out, I started seeing all these vlogmas videos. I don't know what it is. I have to go back and check a lot of Charlie's. I know there's a lot of information in there that definitely help. Definitely. Charlie is the one that got me hooked on the Save the Cat, go to the movies, and we talked a lot about romancing the beat. I haven't started that one. I was thinking about maybe trying my hand at some romance. I'm not sure. Right now, this is where that guy, they do vlog every day in December. Well, I already missed half the month, so don't think I have to worry about it now. Which is good because I'm not sure I have enough to say for every day. That'd be hard. I've done other things that have been monthly projects in my blogging, and I know they had a blog every day on a certain subject, and it's like, oh, how am I going to do this? And some of them are like A to Z, so you had to start it with an A. That made it a little bit more difficult. They were kind of guiding you. You couldn't just write any old thing. You had to write something that started with the alphabet. I did a few of them. I did a few poetry ones too, I think. I haven't done much on my blog lately. I have to catch it up again. It's kind of sitting by the wayside. Got too much else to do. I have a few ideas on that second piece that I was talking about. I just don't know if it has enough to make a whole book. But it made me think about, the one I'm writing now, how I would have to work on splitting that so that I could split it off into another piece. But it would have to be read in order or it wouldn't make sense. It wouldn't be a standalone. It would be two stories that went together. So you need the first one for it to make any sense. A month. Yeah. Well, the last one I posted was my apology for missing that live stream that I scheduled and didn't show up. I haven't done anything since then. It's hard finding subjects. I mean, there's just so many people anymore that it's like every subject is being done. Trying to find a original take on an old subject is hard. And I don't know the difference between a video and a vlog either exactly. So it seems like vlogs seem to be more on people that use the word vlog usually are talking about their life as opposed to a specific subject. Whereas a video would say, okay, show, don't tell, and it would be about that. Whereas the vlog is more about their life and maybe how they use it, what they're doing. And at least from what I've been saying anyhow. All right. Well, my tea's not hot anymore. I have cold tea now. Maybe I'll microwave it. Because I like it hot. This is a NaNoWriMo bottle. And it's strong plastic. It can hold the heat. But it's got metal around the top, so I can't put it in the microwave. So I'd have to take it out, put it in something else, and heat it. That's pretty accurate. Okay. I guess I kind of understand that. So my apology video is more like a vlog than a video because I was talking about an apology for something. So I guess that would probably be a vlog. All right. Well, this is sprint number 4. I'm going to start it. Unless anybody has any changes or anything else they need to talk about. We're on to the 4th sprint. This is the best I have had in a while. Actually writing again and enjoying it. We did have a rough time earlier when the store told me that dairy-free meant lactose-free, and obviously not, because I had a really bad reaction. So, won't do that again. I did get lactate milk. I know that's lactose-free, so I can have chocolate milk. I wanted some ice cream, and it was a dairy-free. And I asked the store, and they said, "Oh yeah, dairy-free means lactose-free." No, that wasn't right. Had a major episode after that one, so I will not be doing that again. It was made with coconut milk. It wasn't that bad taste-wise, but my stomach can't handle it. I don't know how long I have to live like this. I still have to go to the gastro doctor and discuss what we're going to do with me and what I should be doing. Tired of eating the same old thing. I can handle toast and jelly. I can handle noodles as long as they're made with white flour. And I don't like wheat anyhow. So white flour noodles. And I can have certain food, meats, proteins. Like the shrimp was fine. The potato was fine. I was okay there. I just had potato salad and pork loin, and that was fun. But dairy-free is not lactose-free. Learned that the hard way today. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and start the sprint. This is going to be another 30-minute one. We're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay. It's okay, Megan. I'm better now. It took all afternoon, but I'm better now. I curled up in my blanket and laid there. And I learned a lesson. Don't listen to store personnel. They don't know what they're talking about. He was trying to be helpful. He just didn't know what he was talking about, and he should have said he didn't know, and not just say, "Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the same thing." Shouldn't have said anything. Shouldn't. So, all right, back to my story, and I will see you in 30 minutes. All right. How do we do this time? I got about another 100 words. I did a lot of editing. I just kind of finished up with the first discovery, and now moving on to the second one. Pretty interesting. I've got porcelain stuck between my teeth. Ugh. I watched another YouTube video, 15 minutes until I can go to bed. You have a set bedtime. Go to bed whenever the feeling strikes me. I don't live with somebody else, so it doesn't matter what I do. As far as millware goes, well, I was so far behind before. I might as well just hang it up. I don't think there's any way I'll ever catch that up to be anywhere near close to getting the lowest one possible. It was a great idea. It just didn't work out. My life was a little crazy. I can't go to bed until 2 hours after my boyfriend goes to bed because I snore too much. Oh, gosh. Well, that's pretty lousy. I used to snore, but my ex-husband used to snore. And I tell him, he said, I don't snore. You're the only one who snores. I said, no, you snore. The problem is you can sleep through anything, and I can't. So the whole time, I'm laying here listening to you snore. I can't sleep. You just sleep right on through it when I'm snoring. We didn't sleep together a lot and slept on the couch, or we were on different sleep schedules. So we didn't sleep together a lot because he insisted he did not snore. And I'm a light sleeper. It used to drive me crazy. And that wouldn't work for me because what would happen is, with like 2 hours later, say I'll go to bed and I manage rarely to fall right asleep. Him climbing in bed would wake me right up. So it didn't work for us. But I guess if it works for you, that's good. I have to get up tomorrow afternoon, but I don't have to get up in the morning, so I'm not in a rush to head off to bed. He says, my ex snored pretty loudly too. I hated sleeping away from him, so I invested in earplugs. Oh, I'll tell you. Because I had a nighttime job, I slept during the day. I ended up wearing earplugs sometimes to block out the noise because we had kids too. So, of course, I'm trying to sleep during the day because I work all night. And I put earplugs in, and so, of course, yelling at me, I didn't hear. So they would touch me. And I'd wake up screaming and and yelling and, you know, like trying to get away from whoever was touching me. I'm like, this is not going to work. So the earplugs weren't a good idea for me because it just scared the daylights out of me when they touched me, trying to wake me up because I didn't hear them. They worked, keeping the noise out, but so much so that I didn't hear them approaching the bed, and oh yeah, I'd wake up screaming. Now I know I snore. I wake myself up. That is really weird. When you're sleeping and you wake yourself up and you hear yourself snoring, like you know that's what woke you up. That's a pretty weird feeling. Very strange. Definitely very strange. I was hoping Jen would show up tonight, but I haven't seen her. I had to wear earplugs where I worked, and I actually not only wore earplugs, but I wore the headphones over my ears because the earphones, I mean the earplugs didn't fit my ear right, and I lost a lot of my hearing because of that job. It's very loud in there. So and that was riding on the back of the motorcycle. So I had to wear earplugs. They told me I had to wear earplugs when I was on the back of the motorcycle as well. But I couldn't wear the headset because we had to wear helmets. So, you know, it was like the earplugs and then the helmet, but I couldn't wear my full headset, which I preferred to the earplugs when I was on the back of the motorcycle. I have not been on a motorcycle in over 20 years, and I do not miss it. I never quite fit into the motorcycle gang group. These guys weren't part of the gang. They weren't part of Hell's Angels or anything like that. But, you know, to me, it was still kind of the same thing. Everybody looked at us as if we were gangsters. So even though we were all people with regular jobs, you know, steady jobs, and hung out in good places, and had nice places, you know, we were considered bugs anyhow. Megan says I could sleep through anything. Oh gosh. Yeah, I used to say my ex that the whole fire engine retinue, you know, the whole parade could go through our bedroom and he wouldn't wake up. And yet he complained about me snoring. I'm like, give it a break. I just ended up sleeping on the couch if I wanted to sleep before he got up. And then I started coming upstairs and he'd getting up. He's like, you're just coming to bed now. Yes, I'm coming to bed now. You know I don't like sleeping at night. I'm a night owl. So he was an early morning riser. I was a night owl. Didn't have a lot in common. Really didn't have a lot in common. And then he'd want me to get up at 3 o'clock or 2 o'clock in the morning and go scuba diving with him. I'm like, I don't want to get up, and two, I don't want to scuba dive. I'm terrified of scuba diving. And so we had another issue between us because I didn't want to go scuba diving with him. He didn't care that it scared the daylights out of me. Didn't matter. I just didn't want to do what he wanted to do. So I was being, you know, I was the one that was causing all the trouble. I don't hear a lot of noise here, considering how close I am to my neighbors. I really don't hear a lot of noise. So even when I sleep during the day, except for the stupid phone ringing, I don't really hear them out in the hallway. Sometimes if they're hollering and banging on the doors, sometimes I do hear it. But most of the time, I don't hear too much noise in here. You just bought an air mattress because the couch is too uncomfortable. Yeah. I don't even have a couch. I managed to get my mom's reclining chair, the kind that will not only recline back but bring you forward to help you stand up, which helps me. Sometimes I can't get up. I need that extra boost to get me up. So I got that when my dad went in the nursing home because my mom had already passed away. And I asked my sister, I said, "Can I have that chair? Because I can sleep in that chair a lot better than I can sleep in a bed. It's a lot easier to get out of, too. Except the day the electricity to it went out and I didn't know what had happened. And my aide had knocked the plug out of the, no, she didn't knock the plug out. She knocked the the plug piece, that you plug it into, the cord that has all the plugs in it. She turned the whole strip off, and so the battery died, and I was stuck partially in it. I'm like, how the heck am I going to get out of here? So thank God I had my chair, I had my phone close enough, and it wasn't all the way up, which my neighbor never would have got me out of the chair. She came over, she goes, I don't know what I can do, but I'll try, because my husband's not home right now. I said, well, see if you can help at least pull me out over the thing, because luckily I didn't go all the way back up. And then I found out it had to be charged. So I had to remind my aide to please make sure she did not knock the strip out again, because I would be stuck and not be able to get out of the chair. Oh. Well, must be close to time that you'll be able to go to bed soon. We've been talking for a little while. He says, my ex and I were together for over 20 years. I still miss having him in the bed next to me, and we split years ago. At least we stayed friends. Well, I was married 23 years to my ex. We've been divorced 21 years now. We are, as far as he's concerned, friends. I don't see it quite the same way, but for the sake of the family, I behave myself most of the time. Okay, Megan. I'm glad you were able to stop by for a little while, and I'll see you tomorrow. I'll send you the link in Instagram. That's funny. Yeah, I figured it was about time. So I will send you the link in Instagram tomorrow. And I'll see you then. So have a good night. Thanks for stopping by. Okay. Well, I think it's just me and you, Kay. I don't know if you want to continue on. I'm going to continue on. Let's put it that way. I'm going to continue on. You are welcome to stay and join me in my sprints as long as you wish. I am known to sprint for long periods of time. So, yeah, people come and go. I sometimes get people from other time zones because I'm on here so long. So, I'm going to set it up for another sprint. And so this will be number 5. Fifth sprint. And like I said, I'm going to set it up for 30 minutes and you are welcome to join me. 30 minutes. It will start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, neuropathy. Yeah, I go through that too. Unfortunately. Only I have it in my feet, my fingers. Plus, I have diabetic neuropathy. Retinopathy, I guess they call it. Diabetic retinopathy. I have to watch my eyes because of my diabetes is so bad. It's affecting my eyesight, which is kind of scary because doctor said he can't tell me how long I have before I lose my eyesight. It'll just happen one day, and I'm like, great, that's wonderful. That's great news. You know, hopefully I'm not doing something dangerous at the time and need my eyesight when it decides to go. Not that I want my eyesight to go. That really scares me. Out of all my senses, I really like my eyesight. So, okay. Well, I will see you in a little while here. Wonder when I last ate. I have to eat smaller meals so my stomach can tolerate it. Yours is leftovers from chemo. Got it mostly in memory debulking surgery. Oh, that doesn't sound too much fun. Sorry to hear that. Mine's from the diabetes. Mainly, some of it's from pinched nerves. No, I can understand that, believe me. I also have fibromyalgia, so when that flares up, it feels like your body's on fire from the inside out. And depending on which part is flaring, whether it's the whole body or just certain parts, most of the time it's mainly in my lower body. But when it starts settling into my elbows, they become very painful and they become very numb and tingly and burning. Yes, ouchie. Ouchie's right. Ouchie. You got an idea what I'm going through, so it sucks. All right, well, I'm going to check my time, see if it's time to eat something yet or not. I will be here. I'm going to mute myself while I'm not here, though. Okay, Kate. Glad you wrote 238 words. Good night. You're welcome for the pop-up sprint. My next scheduled one is tomorrow night at 8 with Megan. I usually do Tuesday and Thursday and Friday night, and then pop up every now and then. So I'm glad tonight was a success for the pop up. At least several people looking for one. So have a good night. I just burnt myself. I heated my tea too hot, and I burnt myself. And man, does that hurt! It's my mouth. I don't know what else I can do with it. Thanks for coming. Yeah, ice cream's a no-no. Still got me in trouble earlier. I can't have lactate, lactose, and I thought I was eating a lactose-free ice cream, and it wasn't. So I don't know. Yeah, the thing is, it got my lips and everything. I mean, I really, because I spit it out, but of course, it ran over my mouth as I was trying to spit it out. Tongue hurts, my lips hurt. Not one of my smarter moves. Microwaves can be so deceptive. First time I heated it up, it didn't get that hot. The second one, I guess, had less tea in it, so it got hotter. I might be, I might be drinking the lactate milk I got tomorrow to try to drink something cool. Just the inside of my mouth is burnt. Boy, that timer went fast. I feel like I just started it. I don't have much ice. The ice disintegrated, like evaporated, I guess, in the freezer. But there isn't much ice there. Did you get anything done? I didn't, except for myself. I ate. I got some ice in a bag. I'm trying to put it in on my mouth and in my mouth so I can hit the tongue area that's hot and burning. Definitely not one of my smarter moments. Since I've got a list of story arcs that are fairly discreet, since I'm not sure if I can do all this in only one book, I think I'm going to write up each arc in separate docs. Good idea. Yeah, once you're done, yeah, you should be able to see if you can do that. It's a good idea. My friend Charlie told me when I was talking about the um, Save the Cat Goes to the Movies, and she was saying that she was going to take each idea and write it up in each arc or genre or whatever they're called, categories, and see which one it fit better. Yeah, if you can't do it in one book, you'll be able to see, split it up easier. Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Good idea. If they're not real big, and if you got post-it notes, you could do it that way too, and then you could move them around. Or even on index cards, you can move index cards around too. The way we used to do research papers when we were younger, put different idea on each card, and then move the cards around so you got them in the order you wanted them in. This is weird because the cold feels good and bad at the same time. It feels good against the part that's burnt, but it also feels too cold. Hmm, and since it's my mouth, it's not like I can put things on it either. Kind of stuck with the ice, and I don't have that much of it. Ice cream would have been great, except I don't have any, and I can't eat it anyhow because it'll tear my stomach apart. Mm, that's interesting. Ah, that's cool. At least it's one of the alleys one. It's still Now, of course, now I'm wet. One big issue after another. But if they're allies, then they're working together. So. Have you published your books? I don't have any books published. I have articles published, nonfiction articles published, but I haven't gotten any books published. Unless you count my blog. I put them on my blog. Now this is going to feel the water. Wonder how I'm going to go to sleep like this. Should have bought those popsicles I was looking at earlier. Could have had the fruit ones. Should have bought them. I'd be sucking on that right now. Instead of trying to suck on two imaginary ice cubes. Well, the rest of me is cold. Stomp the water down the front of me. Ice cold water. Well, I'm going to start at 6. And 30 minutes. And go. If you're still there, another sprint. I gotta kind of soaked. Everything's cold but my mouth. It needs to be cold right now. Can't drink it hot. That helps. Ice cold chocolate, lactose-free milk. Got my tongue sitting in. And then I'm drinking one at a time. I don't know if you're still here or not. But this is definitely much better. Put my tongue right in this ice cold milk. Okay, that helps a little bit. Alright. Well, if anybody's still here, go ahead and what you did in the comments. I've got 662 words. Great. I got a few. Still working on the parts where the two people who found the bodies. Your mouth is a little bit better from having the cold milk. I stuck my tongue in it. And then I slowly sipped it. It still hurts. Tomorrow will probably be pretty sore too. I'll be drinking cold stuff, trying to keep it as cold as possible. That's quite a bit of words. I'm editing as I go, so fixing up the typos and stuff like that. So I'm not getting as many words. If I was just sitting there typing, I can type pretty fast. If I can ignore the inner editor though, that's the hard part. Working on a scene where the most important threads from the previous books are discussed and how they pertain to the new story. Yeah. Having never written a series, I have no idea what that's like. You're using a war council in a way to bring the reader up to speed on what was happening. Sounds like a good idea. I had too many point of views. I was using point of view characters. And I had like 5 to 7 and I wasn't done yet. I'm like, this is getting really crazy. And I started reading and it's like, it's even harder for someone like George R.R. Martin, who's a very skilled writer, to be able to do that many POVs. It's like, yeah, the normal person should keep it down to 2 or 3 at the most. Yeah, I'm a little confused on what arcs are. I mean, I've heard that term, and I've heard the way you're using it, and I don't exactly know if mine has an arc, or if it does, I don't know what it is. But I have heard that being expressed the way you're saying right now. How each book has its own arc, but then you have an overarching plot that spreads across all the stories to ties them together. Makes sense. So another thing I had to do while I was doing rewriting was I had to start cutting out POV characters, figure out how to get their story told since I couldn't use their words anymore, and I had to actually have it told by somebody else. So it's a little bit difficult. But that was way too many POV characters. I was getting really carried away. And I wasn't even finished yet. So I have 3 POV characters. Then I have an unknown killer who's a POV character, because that was the only way I could get the murders told, was to have the killer be one of the characters. But of course I can't name the person because then they would know who it was. So I just have unknown killer as another POV character. So okay. Huh. Hmm. Yeah, I need to do some more reading remarks, obviously. Like I said, I don't even know if my story has one. I mean, it has a beginning, a middle, and an end. Well, not yet. It will. In your last book, the main plot arc dealt with the master character, but there were also story arcs that were ignited or affected by her actions. One dealt with how accursed people gained their freedom. Hmm. She wasn't there for most of their story, but her actions set it in motion. She was directly responsible. Sounds complicated. I usually write short stories and poetry. This is like a stretch for me. So trying to write a novel, something I'm not really familiar with, it's new to me. I'm working on it. It is complicated, but my head insists on doing it that way. Darn head. um, Sometimes we don't have any control. Sometimes I swear my characters have a life of their own. Lord of the Rings is a really good example of multiple story arcs. Everyone starts out together but then split up during the story. Each plays a part in overall story. I never read or watched or whatever it is. I've heard of Lord of the Rings, but I've never had anything to do with it. Frodo and Sam's journey, Merry and Pippin's own adventures, Aragorn's battles. Each story is different. They all have a part in the whole. A mosaic. A lot of stories are simple, but simple doesn't usually warrant a series in the fantasy genre. I guess not. Yeah, I don't think I could. I don't think I could do fantasy too much. Did you want to do another sprint? I've been on 4 hours and 45 minutes now. I've gone as high as 9 to 10 hours before. I'm waiting for the pain in my mouth now to go away. Oh, Lord. Vagal neuropathy is fading. I know how hard that can be. I hope you get some sleep. I'm actually sitting here half asleep myself. So I was trying to figure out whether I should keep going or stop now and go to bed. I'll probably fall asleep in a chair taking my nebulizer medicines. That's what I usually do. And I get several hours in a chair before I go to bed. It was nice to meet you. Hope to see you again soon. Tomorrow night, 8 o'clock, we'll have Megan McCarthy for 2 hours. Thursdays, I usually stream at 8. So I might start streaming at 7:30 instead of 8. And Friday night I switched it to 9, from 11 to 9 p.m. And then I have pop-ups. So you're welcome for the sprints, and you get some sleep too. And I hope your neuropathy goes away so you can sleep. It's nice meeting you. Have a good night. Bye-bye.